see. It's working. I don't want that. Anyway. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. It's giving me notifications. They look useless. Anyway. Last we left off, we had finished up the first trial bit in episode 3. So now we will be getting into the next part of the investigation. No, not investigations. Apologistice. I was looking at the Ace Attorney investigations thing because it's got like an update thing going on. Well, apparently that was some sort of Unity security vulnerability, so everything's getting a little patch for it. Which is fine. Yeah. I'll just open up the game. Also, color source. Lollipop, what are you doing? Would you like to come sit over here? Not on my desk, that would be in the way. You can be right there. He's fluffy, fluffy baby. He's so cute. My good baby. Gotta redo my controller. Guess I just shouldn't leave it plugged in, honestly. Doesn't seem to be helping anything, and sometimes when it's plugged in, a game will pick up that it's there, but it will not understand what to do with it, and it will just register as pressing every button at once, all the time, forever. I don't know why it does that. Things just don't like to work with the Switch controller, is really the problem. Let's see what's up. October 25th. Wright, Anything Agency. Sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. You know, that little bit of advice you gave me. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that. But now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? Not gonna happen. Joni, she asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I'd... What if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends up in the same way as the mock trial? Would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that it doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. I can't just stand around here. I'm going to finish the investigation. Can't it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic panties. Thanks, but I'd better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center first, right away. No, wait, I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'd better go too. No problem. You two be careful. October 25th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where we go from here? Why are you here? Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, Professor Means, what brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena, I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. She was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. Don't worry, I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that, Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. Huh? I myself only just heard of this a moment ago. Oh, so she thinks Professor Means would be... No, I can't let this happen. Not with the way he wants to do things. Junie. I know, Athena, but will you please hear me out? Lollipop, what are you doing? Oh, fluffy, fluffy. I changed lawyers. Athena, do you actually think Hugh or Robin could have committed this crime? The body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones who could move freely around the campus at that time. I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point, I can't rule them out. I was afraid you'd say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat. But how can you possibly prove that all three of them are innocent? I'm a results-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. The end really does justify the means. Especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means. I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe that my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, I'll respect your decision. Apollo? But we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? Yes, of course. I am your lawyer after all. There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? I wonder. Hey, why did you confess? About your confession, Junie. It's not true, is it? You just said what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you are convicted of a crime. No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? There's more here than meets the eye. When did you three first become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we've really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this were as simple as that. Is it working? Yes. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. But the situation kind of changed recently. When the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results. Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Court, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students. You're definitely the murderer. At some point, we stopped talking about it. Well, that meant fewer arguments. It also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6 p.m. Was that a lie? I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 p.m. and headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7. And that's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. If that really were it, there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture at around 6, which was before I left the art room. But the clock here says it's just after 7. Just didn't set it back. Just forgot about it. By 7, I'd already been working my dressing room for some time. So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we'd better go check the art room. When is that anyway? Or did that stop? I remember hearing that just everyone in the government just decided one day, actually no more of that. It's done with it. Done. No more. That was a while ago, but I think it needed time to take effect. Surely it would have happened by now, to set the clocks back or whatever. I guess we'd better go check the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. Capturing O'Connor. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say as much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after when the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work, they were finally finished. Oh, right, the statues that Robin made. So they were covered in white sheets. Junie, are you okay? So sorry, I'm a little tired. That's all. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Professor Means? I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case. But it will require considerable preparations, so I must be off. Junie! And Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this is another one of your crazy... By sundown today... Yes? I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice... Wait a second, don't drag my name into... We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. What? And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. I see. So it's come to this, has it? If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that's okay with you too, Professor Means? I have no objections as long as Juniper's satisfied with this arrangement. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Athena, but thank you. I've been thinking of only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me. But you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this. I will. I'll see you back here at sundown. Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just, she's new to the agency, so... Don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling. And let us meet here again later. If you'll excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, see you later. And if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? This is no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. I can talk to Apollo. It's just those hint things, so... Apparently, we just gotta go check the area. You mentioned something about the statue, so let's look at them a little closer. Hi. October 25th, Themis Legal Academy, outdoor stage. Is it my imagination, or did something just move? Oh, hi. Afternoon, you two. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking onto campus like this is just slightly suspicious? I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial. And that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress. But you needn't have asked, Fraulein. I'd intended to help you from the start. You're the best prosecutor, Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed lots of stuff yesterday. What are you up to? Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen this stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. I also had some tricks up our sleeve to make the concert really rock. Let me look at something. That's the same picture. The moon. That's weird. They could have reused that, or it could mean something. Pyrotechnics, fog machine, big banners, things like that. Would have looked like this. Oh, the plants from yesterday. What's that design on the banner there in the back? I know the scales are the school emblem. But what's with the number 6? Looks like it's in serious pain or something. It's the same thing as on his necklace. You can see it. Athena Ixnay on the Ixay. What? That's the Cavaliers logo, Fraulein. Oh, and nice pig Latin there, forehead. Really smooth. Oh, I meant it looks like the number 6 rocking seriously hard. Fine, Fraulein. It's a G for Cavaliers. Not a 6. But whatever floats your pretty boat. So where is the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity, yet especially made from a heavyweight, high-grade cloth. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to be solved, yeah? Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was of Professor Gavin, prosecutor. Was of Prosecutor Gavin. As you can see here in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me, and right here Wright's statue. But little does that matter now, as we both lie in pieces thanks to you, forehead. What? Why is that his fault? And what did I ever do to you? Actually, this statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try to put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star. Chung, that's one uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere. Hey, let's do this. Schnell. I don't know what that is. Is this an investigation, or am I interrupting a German language club social event? Alright, let's go. Let's look around. Let me look at this background. Look at the moon. I don't know. This is fine for a rock concert, but the nighttime sky is a backdrop for a courtroom. Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under a starry sky, don't you think it's romantic, Fraulein? And the waning crescent moon represents the maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. it starts raining, my hair will be ruined. On top of some other things, like your evidence. 67th. Wow, this school festival goes way back. Oh, look. The text on the sign isn't written, it's embroidered. And there's a warning and even smaller embroidery. Embroidered sign lovingly crafted by the Handicrafts Club. Keep dry. If the sign is outside, what happens if it rains? Wow, they built a witness stand too, even though it's just a temporary stage. Oh, but I think they're still working on it. Let's see what this notice says. Caution, pedestal features a high-speed rotation mode. Activate with care. You mean this thing spins? It's a bit too far away to get a good look. Maybe we should try a different angle. Hi, what are you doing? Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off. I knew it. I'd know that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So, this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us, huh? Well, you hang out, I guess. What we got? Oh, I can be up here. There's a piece all the way up here. Found one! A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. You saying my pride is as fragile as as plaster of Paris. It looks like there are 3 other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. I see. I have to pick them up. Purple fragment. Found all alone in the strangest places. Ooh, I like the view. The judge can look down on everything from up here. Yeah, not bad for a temporary stage. Is that so, Mr. Justice? Your judge act from the mock trial. I don't know why, but it kinda creeps me out. Wrong answer again, Mr. Justice. A penalty for our mock lawyer. Ah, that is not funny. Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Large white fragment. It has a distinctive shape that could be described as angular. You can see the back of the speakers. Look, there's your rival over there, Apollo. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin? We've battled it out a few times before, but I wouldn't call him... No, not him. I meant that speaker over there. It can output massive blasts of sound that rival your cords of steel. I have better things to do than compete with a speaker, so just forget it. There's even a prosecutor's bench over here on the stage. All the memories, all the memories, Fraulein. As a former rock star and a prosecutor, the prosecutor's bench has taught me much about human emotions, passion, and fight. I can picture it now, you with your silvery singing voice, and Apollo sweating bullets. Hey, how about picturing me winning once in a while? Oh, there's one over here. Found another piece of the statue. But there should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. 2 purple fragments. Going to search for more. The other statue Robin made, it's been smashed to bits. If there were some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see are itty bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think. If he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together but left his like this. We could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. The winner of the mock trial was to take the training seminar right here. You mean Hugh or Robin? You mean Hugh or Robin? Yeah. Besides Junie, they were the only ones who could move freely around the campus. Before the mock trial, that means one of them must be the killer. But that's not really enough to go on, is it? We need to talk with Juniper one more time and persuade her to give us a name. Right, and that means we have to find irrefutable evidence before the day ends. There's no time to lose, but we can't rush it either. Efficiency is the key. What is that noise? It's not the cat. The cat's right here. Oh, someone's in the bathroom. That's it. And I could see the statue itself. Oh, there's one over there. Found another piece of the statue. There should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Purple fragments. 3 of them. I suppose the last one is this white one here. This looks like another piece of the statue. Thanks, Apollo. This makes 5 pieces in all. I think we have all we're going to find. Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to reword that. White fragments. It looks like it would feel good to break them. Well, I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Yeah, let's see if we can put the statue back together. Alright, Apollo, you come over here, and Prosecutor Gavin, if you could hold this. None of these pieces look remotely like this, but sure. We did it! Not bad, if I do say so myself. Yeah, but don't you think it's strange? We put the statue back together, but look. What's with all these leftover white pieces? These look like they go together. And this one too. Athena? What do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. I am going to murder you. You can't just put together that whole thing just like that. Spam bot, nightmare, death. You are being reported for spam, scams, whatever the hell you're doing. Spam, I guess. No more of you. So, what is it? Ah, it's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite the feat you pulled off there, Fraulein. Whew, I love that feeling you get after you work really hard on something. No, I knew who it was. I meant to ask what it's doing here. Not sure. There's no statue like this in the stage plans. Still, I could swear I've seen this statue somewhere before. Have we? that one. Yeah, kinda. Lady Justice added to the court record. This and the statue of Clavier were broken at the same time, but have been repaired. No one knows where it came from. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole at the edge of the stage? You mean this? It has a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. Oh, I guess that's for where the flags were meant to be. An impressive building fit for an impressive school. Not what I was looking at. Yeah, and these beautiful walls are like a big blank canvas. Seeing my shoe prints leave really distinct marks. Hey, cut that out before you get us in trouble! That's why as for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Bingo, Fraulein. It's still crawling with cops, though. Hey! Anyone in the art room? Hi. Oh, it's you people. Justice we trust. Ah, it's Detective Fulbright. In Justice we trust. Is that some kind of a greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from there? Of course, just leave it to me. How's that? Whew. Thanks, Detective. In Justice we trust. Ha ha ha! Always glad to help, but in Justice we trust. Okay. That's enough of that. So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? Tied in a knot. Clearly, this was used to lower the body rather than dropping it out the window onto one of those gymnastic mats or whatever. Well, looks like the banner's down now. Let's go take a look. Oh, look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfectly with unflappable lawyers and unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. It's just tied in an incredibly square knot. Oh, look at this. The bottom part is all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. Jeez, did you really have to? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Athena, there are some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Hey, a scrap of paper was caught up inside. It's blowing away. Q120. I got it. Yes! Great catch, huh? Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? October, Q120. What's that? Or October, Q120. What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even Hugh can get beyond perfect. Fraulein, shall inspect the banner again now it has been unraveled. Discovered on stage, it appears to be a piece of paper from a notebook. The name Hugh is written on it. You see, there's blood on it, clearly. This is the emblem that's on Junie's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look. There's a dark red stain here, just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, and the art room is where the murder occurred. You thinking what I'm thinking? The stain might be from the victim's blood. School banner added to the court record. Trace amount of blood. That looks like a reasonable amount. That banner's kind of enormous. Oh yeah, I can look at this more closely. The statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Wright. A goddess bearing scales and a sword. She's a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rule of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Oh, take down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. That was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that metal fence back there? There's just that one segment, so it seems out of place. Looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was... Oh. Looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up. But they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. Big mark on it? This track looks man-made. Something was dragged? Hey, you're right. And it looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big, muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there? Well, that was totally random, but we'll never know until we take a look. It looks like something was being dragged through here, and this is where it started. Yeah, but whatever it was, it's long gone. Must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival. Oh, then I guess it wasn't pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. Drag the body? Well, that's about it for the stage. Right, I think we'd better search the art room next. Think I'll hang around here for a while. But make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah? Find what? What else? The Gavanier's banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know. It just might be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. So in short, that's... Hey! You're still here. You have a new box. My box? It just took off running. I have a pretty good idea who that is, as I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area's over in that direction, after that box. October 25th, Themis Legal Academy, maintenance area. Miriam, You're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? Failure as a reporter? Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. What's that grin for? Scold me, despise me, pack me away where I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside to waste away into a big pile of mushy paper mache. I kind of feel responsible for this, but now's our chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking. What kind of a person do you think I am? He read me like a book. You still won't let me look around? Look at the big scrape on the side of the wall? That was you on the stage earlier, wasn't it? Why'd you run off like that? Take a look at this. Oh, that's a banner. It's all burnt. Why are you showing me a burnt up old rag? Wait, it's really hard to see, but I think that's the Gaviniers logo there. So this is the banner that disappeared? It's all burned up. Don't look at me, I just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Blackwell actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try to find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to our case, Apollo. Burnt fragments added to the court record. Burnt remains of the Gaviniers banner that was tossed into the incinerator and later found by Miriam. Miriam, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. The last step is to erase all the photos on my PC. I'm really going to do it. Here goes. 5%, 10%, 4 years of my life down the drain. Shouldn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it. Oh no, my phone was stopped. Cancel abort. Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts. Athena, that was cringeworthy. Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took some amazing photos of the three of them. I'm sure they really appreciated it. Obviously, I'm the ace member of the newspaper club, the only member, in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. Themis Herald and Themis Herald Extra returned to Miriam. Oops. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those three for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, Hugh, and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just, they were so close ever since their freshman year. So, well. Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think that's the only explanation. Wait a sec, you're not thinking what I think you're thinking. That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want in on their little trio. How could you possibly know that? That's one abused laptop. My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. Now I really feel bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We'd be happy to lend it to you. You have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, and Robin if you can hang out with them. What? I could never do that. Sorry, but that's the deal, if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like good cop, bad cop all rolled into one. Fine, I'll do it, if that's all you want. Hey, I'll be by later to bring you a laptop. Wait, it's not like I owe you anything, but here. The newspaper. Oh. Thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. Looks like they're setting up the stage. Oops. No, not that. Can't really see the ground there. 6:03 p.m. Yeah, I took them when they were putting the stage's backdrop in place. Oh, and there's the thing up by the window. They do look the same because they are the same. I see. Wow, you sure have an eye for photography. From what I can make out, anyway. These are the last two photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. You printed them? Stage setup photos added to the court record. Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady. That was really impressive, Athena. What next? Well, I'd like to talk to Hugh or Robin, if that's possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find them. We wanted to look at the art room. Stuff's been knocked down. October 25th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor, art room. Well, here it is, the art room where the grisly crime occurred. Let's start looking. Stop right there! This is an active crime scene. No unauthorized personnel allowed. What? Can't you make an exception? You won't even notice we're... Freeze! I don't think so. No exceptions. Now move along. Nothing to see here. Ugh, he doesn't seem very accommodating this time. Let's try again later. Rude. Suppose. Check if anyone's here. October 25th, Themis Legal Academy. 1st floor hallway. You would think after the other two confessed they would have also detained them, but they didn't do that, I guess. Hey, that's Hugh over there. Hugh, we wanted a word with you, if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure. But you two? Eh. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're a possible suspect. Plus, you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So, what do you want from me? But make it brief. I don't have a lot of time. I assume you don't either. About your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. So, you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or, as we say around here, the end justifies the means. But I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin and I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's not simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning, or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Could Hugh and Robin's confessions actually really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I have no intention of saying anything more. If you'll excuse me. Hold. I am not through with you yet. Seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we might just discuss you know what. No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you'd think I'd open up to you. So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Polypaw, where are you going? Just away. And again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin. You're just wasting your time and mine. Next question. About that meeting with Professor Court on the 23rd. Why did she want to see you? I have no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Ugh. Professor Mean strikes again. And again, Hugh is in the lawyer course. But didn't Professor Court used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth? How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Professor Court's memory. I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. Hugh. But... Don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually. Were? I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? And why would you confess to murder in her place? Just as I have my secrets, she is a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? This conversation is over. I said I don't have a lot of time, and I meant it. You wait! He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore. Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. Alright, we don't really have much time left anyway. I already went over there. Also, I haven't seen Robin. October 25th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor art room. Ha ha ha! Well, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again. Thanks again for loaning that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right. So this is the art room where the murder actually occurred. That's right. You can see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. You can't see it. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out. Well, let's talk since you're here. Oh, you find anything interesting? Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha! Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. He sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside of the art room, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear. Unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? Anyway, what's up? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really... Come on, just tell us already. Aw, you're no fun. Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back. A voice print? You mean for this tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here? They analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. Voice print analysis added to the court record. And you thought the voice on the tape was saying Hugh O'Connor? Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. He's the last person I want laughing at me. So now there's evidence of Juniper shouting you're a goner around the time of death. If we were to take this as the truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place. Let's take a look at this. Issue: does the voice shouting you're a goner belong to Juniper Woods? Result: the voice is a perfect match. Note 1, testing is underway regarding signs of post-recording editing. Note 2, the tape has about 10 minutes 35 seconds of noise requiring further testing. Okay. Well, let's look around then. First off, what are these? Why do they look like blood? Look, a piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last long. Not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. Yeah, it seems like such a waste. I mean, this one already has some color on it. It looks just like bloodstains the way the glaze was dribbled onto it. Just like bloodstains. In justice we trust. That does look like bloodstains. We'd better examine it at once. You didn't do that already? I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is. And then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces. That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below this room, and the storehouse there has a mat and ball cart. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script. The killer sure had a thing for Junie's script. Well, what do you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. What's this? It kind of looks like there's a prosecutor's badge at the top of the statue. But it's not if you look real close. Another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Oh, look, it has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Real creative. Art. Either it's too abstract to understand or as subtle as a sledgehammer. A mock trial script on the floor and nearby an envelope marked used. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt. And the title is Rogue et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begged me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while the court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have been used. That's wrong. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to be used. But the scripts were selected by Professor Court. Considering how much she valued the truth, I seriously doubt she'd pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Wow, you have that title memorized already. Presumably it's just still right there. We got some statues. 3 busts sitting on a shelf. A judge, a defendant, and either a lawyer or a prosecutor. The bearded one must be the judge, the bummed out looking one the defendant. Look, there's another one that's fallen onto the floor. Wonder which one fell, the lawyer or the prosecutor. Think, Apollo, think. This could tell us how tomorrow's trial will go. I'll just wait for tomorrow's horoscopes, thanks. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. Let's see. Looks like everyone from the judge course submitted one. The victim, Constance Court, was the Fine Arts Club advisor. So she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I'd keep a bunch of scripts, but I'd wager that's how they wound up here. Poor, stressed out, overworked Professor Court. I know exactly how that feels. You must, because your desk always looks like a tornado hit it. You're one to talk, Apollo. Me? But what about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Wright Stuff All Over the Place Agency. I have a lovely abstract painting. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. C. Court. Wow, Professor Court must have painted this. So this is what they consider art? I really don't get it. I swear I've seen this girl before. Why is my wire caught up in my headphones? How did this happen? Not the headphones I'm wearing. The ones I use elsewhere. These ones are wired and very attached to the computer. I'm heavy. Not that they're any good. They need new ear cups, but the only place I could find selling them, like, sold out, and they have not restocked them, and from what I've seen online, most people don't have these sort of headphones anymore because they have failed. Which, to be fair, these might be getting there, but they're working right now, so, yeah. I swear I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her. Those pity-inducing eyes. Who is this again? Her name's on the tip of my tongue. I wonder. Got some paints here. There's a paint palette here. No surprise there, considering this is the art room. Looks like someone mixed yellow and red to make orange. I prefer yellow. You, on the other hand, are way too red. What's that supposed to mean? I think this is saying that the two of us have to work together to solve this case. Oh, what if this is Professor Court sending us a message from beyond the grave? What about the blob next to it? The one with red and green? Maybe she's implying that you need more delicious greens in your diet? Are you saying Professor Court is watching over our dietary habits from the pearly gates? What is this outline here? Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? Oh, that angle makes the room look a lot smaller than the angle I'm looking at right now. You're right. Wonder where it is? It's outside. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this. Window. I can see the other half of the building over there, And the quad and stage down below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Oh, yeah, thanks for the help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Great, then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow? Alright, let me think. Well... Oh, hey, I'm not falling for that. So close I could almost taste it. Here's that thing. Some wire and a winch. So this is how they reeled the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. Some paints? No. I got that elephant thing. Hey, look, that's you on this mobile, Apollo. A red demon. A red demon? Looks more like a snake curled around a brush to me. No. See the antenna and the yellow spots on its back? Anyone can see it's a ladybug. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. Ladybugs don't have yellow spots. Fine, we can investigate this further at a later date. Agreed. Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Athena? I really regret bringing this up. Look at the clock. This is the clock that created that major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I've checked it and it's 100% accurate. You sure? How'd you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped? It has? This is unacceptable. We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by 1 whole hour. Well, Detective? But... This clock must have also been an hour ahead when this photo was taken. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big mat. You can at least pretend if you feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Wait just 1 minute. This clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I might just have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there is a moon outside this window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of a picture book. But if you look at that window in the back with the winch attached to it, you'll see the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building. Oof, then what's this moon doing here? I wonder. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and the big crescent moon isn't half bad. Isn't this the same as the one painted on the stage backdrop? The proof's right here, Detective. This shows it was 6 p.m. when the photo was taken. There it is. I know what this moon really is. And if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where that moon was, and This shows where that moon in the photo came from and the truth of Junie's testimony. What? Where? Where does it show that? If you look right here, it will all become crystal clear. They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's the big board hanging here. The size matches too. But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail. It is, but I believe what we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right. And at around 6 p.m., when this was taken, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean the front? The front is against the wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look. Are you suggesting the moon is the one on the backdrop? Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 o'clock when the backdrop was set in place. So the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. How could I ever face Prosecutor Blackquill now? Yes, I just blew a hole in a piece of the prosecution's evidence. Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. No, I haven't looked at the blood stain or the picture on the floor. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackquill happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust. It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackquill has got his own plans. Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright? Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman. She was here just a moment ago. And she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Tina, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. We've pretty much finished searching around here, but just one more look. I wanted to look at the picture. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. It's this juniper. The clothes are different, but... Oh, look, there's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Professor Court's artistry. Must keep practicing, Robin. Huh, I think this is plenty good myself. I wonder what it would have looked like if Professor Court had painted Juniper. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. Hey, this area with the rope around it. That's where we detected a large blood stain. In short, the victim was stabbed here or somewhere close by. The fact that there's no visible blood means it was wiped up with something, right? Right, but we were able to detect trace amounts of blood. Merely wiping it up does not remove all evidence of wrongdoing. And that, in a nutshell, is justice, right? I'd appreciate it if you'd let me have the cool lines. Yes. Alright, let's get going. Lecture hall. October 25th, Venus Legal Academy. 3rd floor, lecture hall. I'm gold. Why is it golden here? There she is. Robin! Hey, Robin! Oh, Athena! Apollo! What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Professor Mean sure has a lot of influence around here. More now that the person opposing him is gone. Wonder if that's meaningful. Here to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Why you have a shoe? What's that for? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure. I'll tell you anything, you W-A-N-T. Why are you spelling things? It's annoying. About your confession today. Why did you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right. The end justifies the means. So you're a follower of Professor Means too. Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Cord. I like them B-O-T-H. She brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist. That's what I really want, man. But no, my parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor. But if the trial went south, you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Talk about someone who literally changes at the pat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems, too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so, but that doesn't make what she did right. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right, you made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Yes, I did. Both of them. This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making those statues at the time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both you and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m. Neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court? Now the secret's out. Have there been any other problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl. And just today, I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Wow, they must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this and this by any means possible. I missed what that first one was. I was looking at the words. What did you show me? What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Ah, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please. Pretty please. Stage costume related evidence taken in classic and justifies the main style. No. We can't just take that. Oh, darn it. Also, those were just pictures we had. Why do you need pictures? Are you going to make it yourself? I guess you're an art student. You might be able to do that. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. A snitch? Sounds like a new lead. We know who the snitch is. It's, Scuttlebutt. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's got misconduct among the student body. But rumor has it, grades were being bought and sold through the surveillance network. That's bribery. The situation at Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. While all of this is important stuff, I still want to ask about that thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Alright. This thing? Oh, Lady Justice. That's so C-U-T-E. You think this is cute? Yeah, totally. The balance of the scales, the keenness of the sword, the cracks running all the way up. That last one's only because I put it back together. Oh, I totally know what you mean. It's that feeling you get when something is so cute you want to smash it to bits. R-I-G-H-T. Ah! Sorry, but that sounds more like a case of the crazy than a fondness for the cute. Cute aggression is a thing. Not what we wanted to talk about, I guess. Oh, yeah, you hang out in the art room. Do you know about the clock? Or the weird statue there, maybe? Or anything else? Robin, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? Whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense! That has to be one of Professor Cord's creations, man! Professor Cord's artistic sense? Professor Cord's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Cord's works, wasn't it? The statue in that photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice. Professor Cord had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try and fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state? You bet, just look at that wild silhouette. Wow, it's so C-U-T-E. I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Athena, Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh, right. I didn't realize before, but it was because it was in pieces. But before it was smashed. Maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo. But what in the world was it doing on the stage? Lady Justice updated. It's was broken on stage, but the court had remade it into a completely different looking statue the day before the mock trial. Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, now about watching the mock trial video with me. What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. So how do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at this school have their own built-in computer, you know. Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. Oh, that sounds like Professor Means. Mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teacher speeches always make me feel so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Oh. Now let the mock trial begin. Still rushing around a bit. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio. You put her in charge of so many things. Someone else could do that. Even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself? She had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Oh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Sure. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and a witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Lecture hall diagram added to the court record. Diagram of the lecture hall where the mock trial took place. So, she was in charge of... what, the judge's court? The judge's trial? You're in charge of lawyer course. You were in charge of the judge course. Who's in charge of the prosecutors? I guess they're just not important. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And this is why the defendant is definitely guilty. Ah, that was me. Could you tell? Objection. A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow. I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true, I shouted your honor, but I didn't mean it. I wonder if it could have been swapped from here. Wow, what an emotional performance. She'd put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true, I shouted, "You're a goner," but I didn't mean it. Stop, did you hear that? I think you're on to something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Time to show Robin a piece of evidence that links the line we just heard to the case. You want the tape or the analysis? Now the analysis. We got that more recently. That's it. I don't see the connection. Oh, right. What was the connection again? Come on, Athena. I know you know. Alright, you want the tape then? I do, really. Voice shouting your goners come up over and over again. Gotta show Robin a piece of evidence. Okay, you want the actual tape, not the... whatever. I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner! The voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. They didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. If the real killer had foreseen that gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. I have another suspect, but you haven't looked at him at all, so... Wait a second. No! Wait! Professor Mean's credo is the end justifies the means. So it makes perfect sense that a student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. I'm not sure it's called fabricate evidence when you did a crime and you're framing someone. I think that's something else. Tape recorder updated. Just like in Junie's script, it may be a fake. Allow me to assist you with that. Who is it? Oh, it's you. Allow me to assist you with that. Prosecutor Gavin! At least make some kind of noise so we know you're there. Let's go big or go home with rockstar entrances, Fraulein. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be alright? Very much so. Thanks. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove your innocence. But will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this was what I'd find. October 25th, detention center, visitors room. And that about covers the main gist of our investigation. Can you not be here? I don't want you to be here. I see. Very interesting. You've been quite the busy beaver today. Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it'll be getting dark soon, so... Junie, you You must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait! You have to listen to me! I don't want to hear anymore. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And in the mock trial video, we can hear you really reading your line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the only one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? But why? Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? None of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Now I'm sure of it. She's lying. Alright, let's go. You have your other hand? Can I see it? No? Oops. Not necessarily the best of these. I kind of was expecting her flower to react or something. What am I looking for? Is it elsewhere? Is it down here somewhere? It wouldn't be that far down, right? This mechanic is so annoying when it's like some place that's not very specific or obvious. What am I missing? Let's look at your face the whole time. No, that looks the same. I'm not noticing anything else going on. This is so annoying. Can I zoom out? Is it your hand? What am I looking for? This is the only visible thing. This is annoying. If I could, like, speed things up a little at least. Something. Oh. Why is that? Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me, no matter how hard you try. When you said, and never causes trouble, a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? And I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret? About me? I don't understand. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means Hugh must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her You were Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? There's a rumor going on that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do. Our activities, our relationships, our interests. And reporting it all to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Time to read the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's the snitch and Hugh's connection to this case. Routine report, perhaps? Right here in Professor Court's planner, it says routine report. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch would report in to Professor Court. I also believe that Professor Court planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. I'm gold. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put 2 and 2 together and figured out your secret. So you see, it all makes sense only if you were the snitch, Junie. Forgive me, Athena. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected you from the start. You did? Now, this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I've talked all about friendship so much, but I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does, but I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. And its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Apollo, please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of... I misinterpreted who was saying words. Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Professor Court had told me about how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. The dark age of the law. The dark age of the law, huh? She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her view. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic. Why are you here? Go away. She asked you to be your eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about. And that report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd, was part of that. Yes, that's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend? I had accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery! Hugh was buying his way through school. And if that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret. This thing? We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. What's more, take a look at this mark. That same mark is on the pages of Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right. Wait, but why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may indeed have been Professor Court. But... That is impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility. But a rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribery being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anyone would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected you. You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason. Okay, what is it? I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. the day before the mock trial. Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his... Oh, Athena. Junie, are you alright? Just try to relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did, but I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood.
His hands were dripping with blood. What? Why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know you can't be the killer. But my mind keeps telling me he is. No matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I going to do? Hugh, he's... I can't take this anymore. Athena! So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said he went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Said that she went home at 6. Junie, it must have been terrible holding all of that in. But it's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. And that's my promise, from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. If that's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be waiting from the gallery. And I'll look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now if you would excuse me. Athena, I am sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry. We already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is a fake. And, thanks to you, we figured out the motive, too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should be all ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it. To be continued. Guess I would like to save my game. Let's see. Since there's a pause here, maybe I'll just get up and feed the dog now. So that I don't have to worry about it later, when it might be interrupting something. That sounds good. He can be fed half an hour early. It's fine. So I'll do that. I Be right back. I'll feed the dog. And then we shall return and do the court problem. The trial. That's what it is. Put my slippers on. Refill my water as well. I'll be back shortly. you got your breakfast, honey doll. Honey food for Holly baby. Yeah, it's down here. Who will get it? Go on. You don't have to walk around that way. I don't want you on top of the computer. Alright, I have returned. Slight thing I had managed to forget. The dog did not in fact need fed, because he is in bed. He is not here to eat food. Alright, back to the game. I'm waking up. Princess, are you alright? Princess? Are you okay? It's like coughing or something. You get into some dust. Oh. October 26th, 9:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Melody is still good, right? I didn't get knocked out. It looks fine. Oh, my volume's been real low. Let me boost that. Hopefully that's not a problem. Oof. I had to turn it down because of Conan and then I forgot. Speaking of Conan, Wednesday streams. At the end of it, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I remembered I had a plan in mind. It was play Hatton time on Wednesdays. It was not, in fact, Hamtaro. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept. For a grand total of 0 hours. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. Tape recorder updated. It's been identified as a fake. Wonderful. The lab is continuing the study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. It's going to take a bit longer to recover that audio. To recover the audio that was erased. Can you even do that? I guess I don't know exactly how tapes work. Oh. Who's there? Wait! Did you see who it was? No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. But Robin and Boxcar are listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay. All that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine. October 26th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. I mean, the defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. I mean, isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. Now I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody. Understand? Understood. With boldness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later, I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity that evidence is no longer relevant in this case. Our true clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of the time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he's paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. Hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact. But if that's the case, then what when we accuse is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage? I mean, to prove it here to this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said. But what else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the blood stain. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area. Just to say the body was carried over to that very window. Hollypaw, you can't go over there. The window is closed. I know, I was talking about a window, but not that one. You can't go in there. It's shut. There's nowhere for you to be. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below. And though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall, and a ball cart was used to haul the body over to the stage. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Objection!
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either. You. Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor. I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday, I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? What's he up to now? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now your testimony, please. What O'Connor saw. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, and the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way back. That she was on her way to the maintenance area. And I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client. Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible. Like the student who had to climb up high when setting up the stage. A mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they'd used it?
Objection!
Oh, there is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. Ah, sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. It also explains why they're up on the wall, probably at the corner against it. The only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped. It would be hard to deny a possible link to this case. We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant, perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure. Alright. Lecture hall was packed before a mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty.
Hold it!
Hold it, hold it! Hold it right there! What? I was just getting to the important part. Eager to unsheath your blade, Sykes-Stono? Your heavy breath heaves to where I stand.
Objection!
How rude! A human's breath doesn't travel anywhere near that far. So the only issue is distance. I'm not denying that you're a heavy breather. I'm just saying that scientific studies have proven that it's not. Hang in there, Athena. No matter how many insults they hurl, it won't affect the judge's opinion of you. What about my own self-esteem? Let's get back to what happened before the mock trial. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage.
Hold it!
Our client was simply putting the mat away. It had nothing to do with this case.
Objection!
That is where you are wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a 3-story fall. Hence, the mat dragged by the accused was essential to moving the body. If we win this one, it promise to donate another thick mat to the Academy. Now show me how to show you the truth. You'll have my full cooperation. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and maintenance area.
Hold it!
Mr. O'Connor, are you positive you were standing exactly where you said? Yeah, there's like a wall there right now. I was between the stage and maintenance area, and she was behind the backdrop. He's sticking to his guns. The issue here is where he was standing when he says he saw Junie. But nothing I say will mean anything without evidence. Time to dig a little deeper. Oh, and before you ask, I had my glasses on. Therefore, I'm positive it was Juniper. That is not an issue. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area.
Hold it!
You shouldn't assume anything. It only shows that you're not positive.
Objection!
Such wild momentum. Perhaps you were a raging bull in your past life.
Objection!
Don't compare me to some stupid farm animal. Oh, just a stono. Our assertion is that Juniper was simply putting the mat away. In that case, where would she be taking it? Oh, to the storehouse. Over in the maintenance area. Precisely. Therefore, there's naught wrong with the witness's judgment in this matter. That's the dog food alarm, but I took care of that already. It is your wild charges that are the issue here. But I cannot help it if you keep seeing red. He's going to get a face full of justice, Apollo style, if he keeps that up. Anyway, I saw her heading toward me. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that.
Hold it!
Then it's entirely possible that someone else moved the body, correct?
Objection!
Are you mad or merely delusional? Everyone was in the lecture hall before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. Ergo, the only probable suspects were the 3 trial participants. I know that you're stating the obvious. I also know that you, Hugh O'Connor, were one of the participants. Mr. Confidence sure goes all out when he tells the truth. Well, I don't think he meant for any of that to be misleading, but it doesn't make it factual. Careful now, Athena. A genius like Hugh could be leading you right into a trap. I'll be surprised if he wasn't. And all I can do is charge forward with both eyes opened. Alright, now what do we have that shows the wall was there? Kinda just this, huh?
Objection!
So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area? Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Mrs. Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the students setting up the stage the day before the mock trial. You see the big construction screen to the right of the stage background here? Why, yes. In fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. So noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, well, it piqued my interest. Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way. That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Ouch! Order, order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? The screen, right. It must have slipped my mind. What are you telling me? You, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that? There are 2 kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have. And the genius little lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal, everyday brain fart already? The witness now please restate what he remembers, minus the lapses of memory. It's easy. It was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen.
Objection!
You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Alright, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth would be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that golden boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
But the screen would have blocked his view of...
Objection!
On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. Consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at that photo again. Do you think... something on the other side of the screen? Something high enough to see the stage? No way, this crane right here? I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? The witness, I mean, to object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof that I ever operated that crane.
Hold it!
Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep, as the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. What's that red thing? And if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Oh, are you serious? This is ridiculous. Oh, very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? You can call the crane company and ask them who they have on the job. The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. Not 100% sure, but it's at least worth a try. You can clearly identify this person as the photo as this person in the photo as the witness by examining. It's got a big weird thing. What is that? The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Why, yes, you can see it right there. But then are you saying you mean to... Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar. But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. Not a chance. It would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You're a disgrace of a man. Start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off. Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck. Yes, I have no choice. Oh my. So where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Well, it sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? You're one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It's nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment is no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. Hello, Lollipop. Don't step on my mouse. You didn't mess something up. Yes. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. When you factor in all of the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? About that. You see, I'm a genius, so, you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, Golden Boy. Don't plask your black bullets. High school seniors are 19 at most, unless they fail to complete the requirements. And that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? So don't, please. Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. Wait, come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. It is all right there. Out. 25? You mean he's older than me? 25-year-old high school student. A 7-year break. 7 years? Just one thing to say. There were 2 kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take. And the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
But a genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. What? That's not how a sentence works. What are you talking about? You mean a 7-year break would be a chore for a genius? Oh, I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only you could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? As long as a mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was he doing in that crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor? Yes, Miss Sykes? I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. Little conjectures never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane, too. The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script, too. At least, that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. And moving my chair. Trying to sit more comfortably. If there wasn't a drawer in front of me, and I could put my legs under the desk a little better, that would probably help. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. I'm sure about this. The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, golden boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter, saying that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. That's not, like, helpful. I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy. But operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now, I would have the court look at this. Oh, please tell me that's a ketchup stain. You need to change your bandages. I wish my hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I've already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? See no need in discussing that. It has no relevance in this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery, such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. Then why was he in the crane? And now I'm the fool? I planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, then I got injured. With wanting to keep my part-time job secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. I'm sure I thought this was the big break we've been looking for. I guess I can just move it out of the way. I need to put a blanket on my legs. Why is it so cold? It's not yet actually cold enough to bother with the heat yet, but it is cold right here. Did my headphones just cut out? I think they did. Hold on. Unplug them and plug them back in. They should be good. Like I said, they may be dying. No, you don't need to play out of the speakers on my monitor. That's not helpful. Ooh, that doesn't sound right. Ooh. That's not right. There it goes. Okay. I don't know what that was about. It sounded very odd. Hopefully that didn't come through, because that was weird. Alright. And here I thought this was the big break we've been waiting for. Fences. Checking some. It didn't mess up the audio as far as I can tell, at least. And the stream on here is offline. That can't be right. Okay, looks like it's working here. You didn't shut off? No. Oh, it looks like it's okay. Hopefully it's good. So that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, and have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of a third-floor window to a mat near the maintenance area, and a ball cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention. Well done for baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Well, I think you were on the right track, Athena. You do? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per her script. So as defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But... oh, was he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it. And if you do not, it's time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, baldness?
Objection!
No, not yet. All I have to do is show the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show that the mat had nothing to do with this case. There's a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is Evidence. You don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. But any would lower it without just dropping it. It's not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Someone could have easily used that thing. Oh, yes, of course. Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do is show the tiny shred of a possibility. Mat and ball cart weren't used to move the body. This is what was used. Look at this blood.
Take that!
The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together as you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Professor Blackwell, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackquill. I keep reading as professor. That's not right. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down up to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there were no signs of blunt force trauma.
Objection!
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackquill. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried? Well, go on. Please explain. The body was bundled in the pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a mat. Heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying.
Objection!
I've no patience for your cheap parlor tricks. You claim your claims as shaky as the corpse performing that absurd high wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. Trust you recall the blood stains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have to be via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the blood-stained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with this case. Oh, the blood-stained pottery, I remember that. This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something. There's blood on the banner. Did you know that? We haven't brought that up yet. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, that blood on the pottery must not have been... It could just not be blood at all. The rest of them were splattered. Even one on the shelf was. I think it might just be a design choice. At first we thought it was red glaze, but it turned out to be blood. But what if we go back to the time when it was just red glaze by all accounts?
Objection!
Did we test it for blood? Oops. I forgot that part. The police have clearly identified it as blood. You can't change fact to fiction, Miss Sykes, let alone travel back in time. Thank God it was blood. I thought they didn't do that yet. Now then, Miss Sykes, please share your thoughts on what the blood really is. It's just someone else's then. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, Sykestone. A little more respect for the constabulary. The constabulary. Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. Don't want to get you down, Prosecutor Blackquill. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime, I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your baldness, I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. Oh my, that was quick. Our history, if it turns out to be the victim's blood. Please, please let it be someone else's. It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Is that why he had blood-stained hands and how his hands got injured? He broke something. Maybe the statue, since we don't really know how it plays into everything. Score. Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand has suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Then, Junie saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first-floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There is but one way now to turn aside her blade, but do not cast the blame on me. The grudge is with Sykes, Dono, but it is she who forces me to expose your secret. Fine, whatever. Wow, how much dirt does he have on Hugh? The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. Some kind of trap? It's inside this that Miriam's scuttlebutt script was found. Why is there a blade in it? What are you doing? The scuttlebutts? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. See, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. But see here, my word, talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed, you can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. What's wrong with her? The only one who had been told the correct way to open it was Constance Court. I think I would have just burned that thing. You don't get to submit a script if you're going to do that. It's not allowed. No more.
You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes. Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that.
Blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to take a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness.
Ouch! This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen.
Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't all that deep. We've still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, There's no longer any basis for denying the body was used using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that. You call yourself a lawyer? Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? Uh-huh. The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out. You, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. Seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. Body sent sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain that away? They were broken. Oh, and that's why the statue was down there. It was sent down first, I guess in the black one, and then they only burnt the black one, even though that one didn't have the blood on it, so it would have been fine. I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. They did not look that way when I was looking at the stage, but whatever. So the body would have collided with the statues. What if they did collide? Wait, that's it! Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room. Oh, now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I just ask one question? When was it that you heard said sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears in the waiting room when... Precisely. That sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved. That took place during the mock trial. Which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. Let's see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. Yeah, but if we're accusing him, then there's no reason to believe anything he says. He says he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's going to get me and our case killed. The focus was on just 3 suspects before the body was moved before the mock. The focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Prosecutor Blackquill is on our side. I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Oh, great. As long as he's not up to something else. If the statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hughes' statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial that the body was, you know. I shall only say this once, golden boy. You would best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes! Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body?
Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it?
What?
I
never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again, and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that the whole time. I'm sorry.
Yes, we've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with?
Order. Base premise is that the body was moved before the mock trial. The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. Imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case.
Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least, we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner.
Indeed. That much I shall concede, Sykes Dono. The body was moved as you stated, and in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then. Oh, you're gonna say it was definitely her because she had to keep running back and forth to the sound booth, and meanwhile they were just on the stand the whole time. And I'm gonna say it was that other guy. It was that other guy who just hasn't been involved. He's very suspicious, and I don't like him. So both sides are satisfied then. The body was moved before the mock trial. We have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story.
Right, all 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who was the person in charge of the audio?
Oh, no, how could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot?
Juniper was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods. She was in charge of the audio.
No!
Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense.
This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's in even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackquill was on our side, based on this issue.
The Twisted Samurai strikes again.
Twisted? It's more like dirty rotten.
Baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case. The defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes.
Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niet. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Poor Junie. Must we figure out something, Shelby? Objection. Well, I object too.
What is it? Oh, you got something to say? Just stop right there. All here's to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen and you will hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect crime?
Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday?
Yes, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murder, moving of the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor. You already confessed yesterday, and earlier today recanted your confession. As if you mouth breathers could comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. It is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act.
Hugh doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat.
Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. Hugh's confession. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I thought you were going to make up some sort of Rube Goldberg machine to time the thing or something. You froze it in a block of ice, and then it melted during the trial or something, and then it fell. But no, you're saying this now. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all?
No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird. Especially for the whole thing about a body double.
Well, I'm relieved it's not just me and the prosecution. Your boldness. Summoning an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best.
Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict. You people don't believe me. It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes! The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this?
Objection!
Widget's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session. Your better judgment? I'm a judge, and it's far beyond mine. Yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackquill, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackquill. Bye. The prosecutor said, rubbish, we will be out on a stroll. Then he left with Detective Fulbright. Okay, bye. How does he get away with stuff like that? Then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. Ooh. Good. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. It means I didn't almost lose. My body double did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I don't get it. His confession is overflowing with happiness. Maybe he enjoys thinking of how us mouth breathers can't comprehend his genius. This was way beyond normal happiness. He seems to take an insane level of delight in his confession. Even a normal level of delight would be weird for a confession. And again, he's not what I'd call normal. Hugh, why are you confessing? Who is this really for? Like that's the key to his out-of-control emotion. This one?
Got it!
Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Hold on, put my hood up. I should wear gloves. I have fingerless gloves upstairs, but they're kind of scratchy. Maybe I should look for some next time I'm out. Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was about one thing and one thing only, the truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. Who are you? I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So, Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? What's this? You're back. We figured out the obvious, have we? Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back. The confession was not but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? God, why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, I do, but if you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we quit here and Juniper's found guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double did. No emotions for that one. I slipped out stealthily while my body double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. Body double. What a bunch of baloney. I know, but I can hear the noise. It means there's a contradictory emotion somewhere. Contradictory emotion? Everything he says is one big contradiction. Right, and that's why I can hear his inner voice loud and clear. If we just think about Hugh and his competitive nature, we should be able to figure out the root cause of his discord. Maybe the sad part here. He's less than thrilled about this. Maybe there's nothing here, but I don't know what I'd point at for that. Mr. O'Connor. Okay, not bad. This motion is inconsistent with your testimony. You don't know what you're talking about. Take joy in my intellect, feel anger toward your superficiality. Suffer sadness at the world's ephemerality, and wonder at the universe's mysteries. I should have brought my dictionary to court. Wait, let me try that one again. Also suffer sadness at the futility of your efforts, but if you must. I guess we'll point at the happy one since that's like on in everything else. That's weird that you have nothing. I didn't almost lose, you say? Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during this statement. You don't know when to give up. Wait, no, then I think about it. Don't stop making stuff up! When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. Then I slipped back in, just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw him out. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. Figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Sykes, Double. How much longer will you indulge him in this charade? Well, it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. Faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the far right side when facing the front of the hall. I use the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. That seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. Yeah, that's where Means was meant to be.
Take that!
I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty. Was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. Where was Apollo during this? Was he just like in one of the main seats? I thought he was supposed to be up in one of the upper areas. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. No, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me. It doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. The second floor was deserted. Why won't you believe me? It's true, I tell you. I went out through the back door without anyone noticing. Then all I had to do was go through the empty audio control room. It leads into the hallway, so I was perfectly capable of moving the body. Sad.
Got it!
I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who's revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea of why you're feeling sad. Ugh, you're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. That someone who was in the audio control room was...
Take that!
I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her.
Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. In this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies.
Hughes's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony?
I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackquill. Cut me down if you wish. Thought you'd never ask. You gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict.
That's not murder. It's not allowed.
He broke out of his shackles again.
Maybe he shouldn't be here. No more of it. I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center.
You, O'Connor, in deference to your valor, will limit your suffering with one clean blow.
Hold it!
Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence!
Not come between a samurai and something. Sykeston. What did he say? His foe.
I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time.
Very well, Golden Boy may live for now.
Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything.
That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. What does it matter anymore? Might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you. I am not, and never was, a genius.
Sorry, but I already knew.
Me too. Don't forget me. Though, in all fairness, it was pretty obvious.
I thought he was a genius at first, but
the stuff he said was crazy. Oh, no need to rub it in. Just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents had been paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery.
So the bribery wasn't Hughes's idea.
All of my perfect scores were the product of cold, hard cash. Of genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone, Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. Believing a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius and completely worthless. Perfect zero. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that.
That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday. So I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us. It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there was something that could help me prove that to you. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. I know. What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Maybe it's... No, but that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck, that's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Oh, very interesting. Chic. If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves that he still has feelings of friendship toward the other two. It doesn't matter if I wear it, if those two...
Objection!
But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship bands somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship. Oh, I know. You must wear them in places that are difficult to see. Wait, where might they be? How about around the belly button or the soles of the feet? That would be hard to see. Okay, not that. How could they wear their friendship bands there? Oh, right. Right? You're wrong. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Easy to touch. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad. I was drinking water.
Robin, Those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us.
That's a...
You may have forgotten about them,
that around your neck.
but not me.
Hugh!
Ah.
Hey, Hugh!
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
I didn't kill anyone. And I didn't have a body double. Everyone's voices are so different than the voices I give them. If they would show up and use voices first, before I need to say words for them, then that would help. Just like a quick voice clip the moment they're introduced, perhaps. So that if they come up later and have voices, I could be attempting to imitate those instead of making them up, and then them coming up and being very different. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body. I didn't even see it. It may look like I'm speed reading Zen and the art master and the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie. So yes, you can place your trust in me. Then am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi. Which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. Does this mean further resistance is futile? The time for a verdict is nigh.
Objection!
Please wait! What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we've found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout, but Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty. Which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is...
Take that!
The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence!
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech.
Objection!
I know, that's not the dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech could be given from an empty seat. It was pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, we're accusing Professor Means. That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police. Take this to the police, he said. And tell them you found it. What, really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. I can speak. That's the word I wanted, I just can't say it right. I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, I've never seen this development. Tape recorder updated. Identified as fake, Professor Means used Hughes to pass it on to the police. The voice shouting "You're a goner" has recorded on this tape, but was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Like this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence!
The seat was never empty. It was but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight, too, must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. You're accusing of a murder. He's going to definitely say he was there. I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today. Do as you please. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Thames Legal Academy. And let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with a trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this? Very well, if that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes. We need to find some sort of evidence that shows this speech was pre-recorded. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Can't see it from here. Good afternoon. It's technically afternoon, if they're measuring the time the same way as the save screen does, where it says noon is 00 for whatever reason.
would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel of the event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come.
Oh, no, I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was.
Wake me up once this is over.
Hey, no fair.
The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adults. Ah, you there, wake up, pay attention.
Uh-huh. I'm awake. Isn't that right, Your Honor?
Huh? What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, you see. Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today. That's not the one they got there. Pay attention and you may make a difference one day. And let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Listen, Sykes, Dono, if you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Haka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out.
You were asleep the whole time.
Oh, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech?
Could I please hear that last part again?
Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over all of you today.
Hold it!
There. I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this?
Take that!
The professor said the pure white Lady Justice would be watching over them. But the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold could be.
I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity.
I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now it's true that this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement.
Oh, well, that's a shame on every count.
Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one. Meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if he'd been present.
It seems I've caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part.
Objection!
The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like?
Well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, that statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall.
No, wait! There's got to be something that can prove the speech was pre-recorded.
According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. About 10 minutes. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again.
It was only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. How'd you figure out how long it was?
The timestamp.
Hey, there's a timestamp in the top right.
All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended.
The speech goes from the 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Isn't it like in here? I thought it was like a bit of extra noise. Yeah. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that it was pre-recorded.
Take that!
I would like the court to take a look at this. This is the voice print analysis that proves the voice on the tape recorder belonged to our client. Yes, but we just established the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication. We did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise. Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. What do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech? That would be exactly 10 o'clock. And 10 minutes. Their format is weird. Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right, subtract the 10 minutes and you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence!
You seem rather confident, considering this is mere happenstance, and considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they've found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now, I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording. By pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not gonna get away with it. Not on my watch. Sykes. I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. You said you'd do your best to get the result you wanted, which is a different thing. And to that purpose, I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened. All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I'd been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. Uh-oh, this doesn't sound good. I'll now reveal the truth behind why I had pre-recorded my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and I mean what I say by all means. Professor Means' testimony. Defendant came to me with what she said was very important and by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said that I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. When I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching. It states the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends? The witnesses. Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You no doubt had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that's why I vowed to vigorously defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. Alas, those days are over. Now in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I'm so sick of hearing that phrase. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth if it's victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. Does it? He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Psych Stono? Something the matter? This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify the situation. No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. Professor Means' testimony. She said was very important and by necessity secret.
Hold it!
I doubt our client would come to you with something like that. You have a point there. If only Professor Court had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead. So, our client came to talk to you after Professor Court was dead. Let's go through this step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial.
Hold it!
Are you suggesting it was our client who told you to fake an alibi? You have every reason to be surprised. I too was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret she wished to protect that badly. Is he kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. The problem is, how am I going to expose it? It was an
earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused? Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court.
Hold it!
Did you consider that a threat?
Yes, but it's now you to whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Sykes, you must realize that you, too, are being used by Juniper.
What?
Honor, I ask that you, too, do not let her feigned weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. Perhaps most important of all, she is a fervent follower of my teachings.
Objection!
Your Honor! The witness's testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character.
Very well, objection sustained. So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable. She also said that I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording.
Hold it!
How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline students.
Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on that matter. This matter. Suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. Wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed murder, that she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teachings. Does this witness realize what he is saying? Surely you must see the true meaning in my words. I'm merely staying true to what I teach. My methods are but a reflection of the times. Oh, wow, his way of thinking is really warped. But I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Really? The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions and words. It's a dark age in which we live. There's much I would like to say on the matter. When I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do.
Hold it!
You were trying to protect our client? Yeah, right. You'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie.
What a frightful look. I would ask that you not glare at me so. I'm nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I am protecting her by any means possible. She's been a model student.
Liar! You're trying to pin the blame on her. How am I going to show that what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking?
Cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, if my unassailable logic is not truth, then what is?
If he thinks I'm going to give in to his pack of lies, he's got another thing coming. I'm gonna find a hole in his story if it's the last thing I do.
Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean that all made perfect sense.
Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up over his own words yet. And to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up with his actual actions. have that. And you also gave it to the police.
Objection!
Not that. Statement contradicts the evidence. It does. How is that? Look at it. Okay, not that. Let's see. What am I looking for here?
Hold it!
Since you overlook a threat, thinking. My thinking is warped. Don't be so sure. The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions and words. Maybe it's this in the tape that you gave, actually. Like you didn't protect. You gave this with her voice on it. The police.
Objection!
Okay, I just put that on the wrong thing. So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. Huh, that's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It's an outrage. This Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. Simply did it out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it's incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. What do you want? Why, you little... You dare call my teachings and methods lies. What's that? Okay. Famous Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. The professor means... What's with your hair? Right! No talking class! Ow! Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. The people behind you can't see that. I guess they're not the important ones, but... We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes. Huh? Oh, here? Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean here. Phew. Proper response is here without any extraneous information. Ouch! I mean, here. Next, Your Honor. Here? See, class, that's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell. Bird. Said Simon Blackwell. Are you here or not? No. There's always one, isn't there? I mean, to be fair, this guy is out of his mind, so... Oh, then I'll mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant. Out. Very well, if that is your wish. Who am I to find my homeroom teacher? Is this not such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. Wow. Nope, none of that. They really need a second place to put people to stand. Just like... Because it doesn't make sense for him to be in the witness stand. Just like somewhere off to the side. He's over there. Ha ha ha! It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog, teacher's pet. Malleable mutt, you are, fool Wright. Very good, Bobby. You've earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. Right. Class is now in session. Why do I have this sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with stomachache? Anyway, what the hell are you doing? Juniper's the killer. It's not. Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you'd better be listening.
Objection!
It's not. That doesn't mean anything. But, Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. Please note, I was not at school. Athena, you disappoint me so. I think you would label me a murderer. Pay attention! The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already home by that time. So how could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
You weren't home. I saw you in the picture. You were hanging out at the stage. Professor Means, can you really prove that you had already gone home by that time? Can you prove that I was still at school? Yeah. No, I can't. Yes, I can. Look at this. Look at this picture. He's right there. Just after 6 p.m. He's right there. So you admit you just earned extra credit for your honesty. You have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate. I should really get back to reading Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. I'm behind. Oh no, I missed that line. I was thinking about a different thing. You're here now. Do enough of that at the office. Okay. No way, man! I totally object! Robin? I can't believe I fell for the professor's silver-tongued lies. Like you! How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore, man! No way, no how! Now, I have a confession to make. You know those 2 statues that were on stage. I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. Is he capable of that? In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell. Right, and it would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony. The professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I made both statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin. Yeah, this is significantly more minor. Just like, quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Ah! Who's in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested. For a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Ah! Nurse! No school nurse would need one. Seems like Stono seeks a showdown, Professor. Which case you would do well to draw your staff quick as lightning. Very well, then I'll just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lesson begins in 2nd period. Prepare to be served old school style. What does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please. We have a picture of you. Professor Means' work of art. Pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30 p.m. The defendant Juniper saw the 2 statues with her own eyes at 8:30. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I possibly have time to go to the art room and commit murder? They were covered up by something. White cloths. You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say it too. Don't try to deny it now. She said they were covered in something. That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I had forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with white sheet, but I could tell. Oh, right. The professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as LONG. So, personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short a time. That didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery means. That means the work of art. Pay attention, Robin took over half a day to complete one statue.
Hold it!
Miss Newman took over half a day. Can you please be a little more precise than that? What a wonderful question. She was having a tough time, you see. Prosecutor Gavin's statue alone took her from the morning hours into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. But he is silly. Merely exposes the difference between student and teacher. I, however, finished most of the other statue between between 7 and 8:30 p.m.
Hold it!
Most of the other statue? What exactly does that mean? Probably created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. I, in turn, completed the rest of it. See, in academics as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you? Why, you insolent little... It is the practical applications built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics a long, long time ago. You're not an artist. You're just like the guy. Unless you are, but there's been no indication of that thus far. Anyway, it was definitely you just put the other statue there in the way. And then that's why it's broken all over the stage. Unlike this fancy pants here, who lacks all lawyerly fundamentals. Oh, quiet you! How do you understand? I did not leave that stage until I was done. Well, Miss Sykes, you accept the witness's claim. No? No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out. The more you struggle, the more you sink. So much legal quicksand, so to speak. I use the world's ultimate technique to complete the statue by 8:30 p.m. Defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m.
Hold it!
Maybe our client only thought she saw the statues.
Silence!
Pity for you. We've already confirmed it with the accused. She is on record as having seen both statues. Yeah, that's true. Just thought I'd give it a shot. I have the ultimate in courtroom techniques. It is absolutely airtight. Everyone fails except me. I will bury you. This will be your final resting place along with all who believed in you. There's no way to get this guy. Better pay attention. Pay very close attention. Repeating a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second.
Hold it!
Why were you in such a hurry? In the legal world, your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. That is why I go to bed at 9 p.m. each and every night. And that was why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Well, you need to concede that I never left the stage. Well, Miss Sykes, you accept the witness's claim. No, I don't. I know there's more to this, and I won't stop until the truth comes out. I'd be careful, Athena. If you don't have anything, it's probably best to just grin and bear it for now until you find something to nail him with. Cease this nonsense. I'm quite busy today, as I was the night of the crime. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder?
Hold it!
Yeah, but you could have taken a short break or something. Preposterous! I didn't even have 10 minutes to spare. Would have been 5 for a visit to the lavatory. But let me ask you, Your Honor, do you find anything wrong with my claim? It appears that your statue making was quite a difficult chore. I see nothing that could overturn your claim that you never left the stage. The art room is only a few steps away. What's the plan? All I can think of is pressing him like crazy. That's all I can think of too. We'll just have to seek out a hole to exploit.
is the problem. Something like this.
Hold it!
Agree she saw something.
Silence.
Oh.
Hold it!
Hurry. Not that he never left the stage. Or that he didn't have time. Because he did something else.
Hold it!
It's only a few steps away. Wasn't there another thing that had a... Do you believe them or not? Maybe it was this one.
Hold it!
You completed the thing. Learning the basics is important. You don't know what you're doing. How dare you? Blah blah blah. Quiet. Understand you do not leave the stage. They're both about that, aren't they? I mean, that seems to be the only way to move forward, huh? To do something. I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage. That's right. What took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. Couldn't possibly have committed that crime. I'm not gonna give up here. We're gonna have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. Unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Objection!
I do object. More objections. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something. Well, as I said, not yet. Oh, it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. It's at times like these, when it seems there's no way out, that you have to... have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, you should focus on how he could commit murder without going there. Seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones. It'll distract her. You're not allowed to do that. Ah, don't bring the bird to school. Stop that. Thanks, don't know. If I hear one word of your usual jibber jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts? If I accept the premise that the professor was on stage the entire time, the only other answer that we got is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We're totally wrong about the murder weapon?
She was like, her wrists were bound. I forgot about that. This one was very rough. What if we got the murder weapon wrong? The music's still going, so probably not. Really now? What do you intend to label the murder weapon then? Huh? Oh, you bludgeoned the victim to death with your duller than dull thinking. I'll give you a choice this time. Either change your thinking or suffer a penalty. I know we got something wrong, so I guess I'll have the penalty. Except the premise that the professor was on stage the entire time. I guess the crime scene? If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sykes, don't know. Did you, like, hoist her back up there? Okay, the murder was actually committed here. I suppose on the stage.
Take that!
The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, it means the body was never moved at all. The murder occurred in the art room. Silly girl. When the body was found there, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage, really. There was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained.
Take that!
It's true, there were no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed. Check something. Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. It was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. But only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? The other banner. Blood getting on there was when the body was moved by wires. Makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do. If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. What soaked up most of the victim? This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood. The other banner.
Take that!
It looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the Gaviniers banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So, it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it. So, that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it. Cavalier's banner was like a dishcloth. Surely it was at least towel quality. And that's not what it was for, so probably not. Oh, so... Simon, don't just stand there, do something!
Silence!
Thanks, Dono. You're learning to wield a blade quite well. How will you respond when it comes slashing at you like this? A remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. Why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claim?
Objection!
The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. That something was a piece of evidence we just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room. Just in there. Just in it.
Take that!
Think you'd stoop so low as to present your garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer, seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Gavanir's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Order, order! This is quite a development. I think the body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain the loud crash that you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it? I hadn't thought of that. The loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues. What was it indeed? Did they not have, like, school activities happening before the trial started? People were kind of wandering around. Did no one go to the stage or the art room and see the body? I'm a bit confused on where no one saw it. Why? The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder, and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was... this all over here.
Take that!
Ugh, that statue! Yes, I believe it was the statue that broke the other two. It was this statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. But she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that this was originally Lady Justice.
Silence!
Perhaps we're on to something. Why, pray tell, would anyone need that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming. You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If you consider the facts, Lady Justice was moved in order to point you to the body. Someone go find it. Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. It's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. Now what? What do you want? You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says, and says what he means by all means. Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. Yeah, that is sort of a thing. Answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time? That can be explained by... The victim was murdered on the stage and left there. The body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. Definitely not, like, behind the judge's stand. No way. You couldn't put something there and no one goes up there, because why would they? But also, I think they were probably in this place of the statue that didn't get finished. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far. Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and always will be. Just wait a minute. Oh, Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. To add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco. Why do you have an accent over your G? Why? Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. And if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer. I even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Relax, Athena, breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, this is how it ends. Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saved me! I don't like how that smile has no teeth. That's really unfortunate looking. You look like some sort of horror movie monster when you do that. It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between you, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against you. And then that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You use legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter? I can't save Juniper. I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Athena. And I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie. But I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence!
Stop your bleating this instant. You look an utter fool. Prosecutor Blackwell. There's one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. You're prepared to give up all you have worked for thus far. Not do have you disappoint you know who. You're wasting your time. You have nothing on me. Evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers, for whom the end justifies the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But, Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen. All you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. And let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Thanks, everyone. You don't have to worry about me now. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. No, because there wasn't any time to move the body from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Let's see, what was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is... right. It's during the mock trial, specifically during the speech. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before, specifically a white statue. During the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. Was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? Doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be some place. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something that was used to cover the body up. It didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would have suspected there was a body hidden inside. An authority on stage and capable of concealing a body. The body was hidden by Wright's statue. Oh, I know. The Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside. Cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Mr. Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was.
Objection!
No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court. Come again, I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? Second that what? And this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm going to pose like the statue, like so. Now I want you to wrap me up in cloth so I look like a statue. That's why the wrists were bound. They were tied to the wooden support things that were there. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? Also, how would the wrist restraints have broken? I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. All right, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like a statue of Mr. Wright now, or what? It's like some random person to me. The statue's a pair of busts. Mr. Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair! This statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. Gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it, the hands. Her arms are raised over her head and there are dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrists indicated she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No! Besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Court's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. to rearrange myself to match the shape I want, given her hands were tied. I mean, if you want the shape. You're already in that pose. Don't. Hello? Tie both my hands behind my head. See? This makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the ejection pose like this. I can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. The support. The wooden support. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What does the victim's body have that I don't? Arrow.
Take that!
Oh, right! There was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. What are you, crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido, now. Alright, I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. A fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from 2 hands. Masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. Remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? The arrow's too short. Remember your voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm? So won't give up, eh? Must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly painful. Yikes, I guess I'd better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it was premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. How are you gonna see them? Whatever, not your problem. Please, please, please be in this photo. It has to be. You saying it's his staff itself? That's not for stabbing. The arm on Mr. Wright's statue is really this, right here. Oh yeah, he didn't have that when we first met him, did we? Did he? We, like, found him later. He had it later. I remember noting that. It's like, where did that come from?
Take that!
Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright. This is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. Staff. This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever. Just hurry up and lend it to me. The length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's that famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I know that pose anyway. We did it. Didn't we? Well, find out the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright. The man who would bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light. Golden light. What I see before me is the pink specter of man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. Ah, joke deserves a pink slip. Seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness... resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. Prove that his spear was thrust into the victim. All I have to do is... just for blood, I suppose. We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcefully shoved in. But if the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? Guilty verdict. If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Objection!
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. I hate your mouth. Prosecutor Blackquill, what has become of our witness, Aristotle Means? It is as Sykes Dono suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He is admitted to this heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. I mean, he does need his own trial. That's, like, for him. But sure. Great. Great. He'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? And I eventually had to put pen to paper. Turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to questioning him at length the day of the killing, right there on that stage.
Result, the heinous crime that was brought before this court. A fool like Newman had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. Seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script, and thus frame the defendant.
But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner.
Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class.
Really? So then...
Indeed, once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. Do you get more of them as a result? There's no way he's just still has it. The one he got and is using it. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. She obtained the evidence. I was like, what are you talking about? Know that Constance Court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. Think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. This is the dark age of the law. We can only hope that a brighter future awaits. The first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods. Excuse me. That, like, whistling is very repetitive. Wish you all the best on your road to becoming... I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain.
That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today.
Court is adjourned. October 26th. District Court. Defendant Lobby. Number 3.
Thank you, Thena. I really mean it. It was nothing, really. I could take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that.
I don't know. You looked pretty wound up there at the end. Literally and figuratively.
You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you, too. I wanted to thank you, too, Apollo.
Don't mention it.
You were always there for Thena when she was in a bind. And at the detention center, your smile gave me hope when there was none. And it was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person.
Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have lots of work to do. I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench.
I promise you, I'll get there someday. That's why, until that day, Ow! Guys, I have some big news! I mean, this is huge! Uh-oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay, I think. So, what's the big news? The school festival! It was supposed to be cancelled after what happened, but...
Well, you just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen.
festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? All right. I should watch the anime sometime.
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy.
That's a voice.
Achtung, baby. It's time for the Guitar Serenade.
October 27th, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor, lecture hall. Wow, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Ah, your singing voice, Juniper. It could melt my H-E-A-R-T. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win. Although Robin had you for a while. There. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial in Hue 1? Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. So, does this mean it's really gonna happen? Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you. Uh-huh. Ooh, is he going to do what I think he is? Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends, like we've always been. Huh? Best friends? Hugh, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess that I'm not a genius, but I'm really 25 years old. But you already dragged it out of me during the trial. Whoops. Listen, you too, Rob. Noisy. Listen, Hugh. You too, Robin. Miriam. You're here. Me too. Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. I've been thinking, it's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. And the end never justifies the means. Yeah. Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet. And what about your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So, what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word. And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. Not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo, why? Why would you leave us all behind? Ooh. And suppose we'll find out more details about that next time. Anyway, it's so late. So, I will not be carrying on until next time. I have to wait until Wednesday. No, not Wednesday, Monday. Monday is when I shall return and play through that next chapter. Episode. Whatever. Also on Wednesday, I'll be playing A Hat in Time. I haven't played it before, though I think I saw someone play it one time, but that was ages ago and I didn't pay a lot of attention. Also, the point is that it's a platformer rather than any story focus. So, you know, that'll be fun. More Ace Attorney on Monday. Hat in Time on Wednesday. I suppose I'll take down the Halloween stuff at some point too. November isn't really a thing with any holidays worth putting in the background. So, I don't know. Might just be back at the bricks. Regardless, I'll be back on Monday for more Ace Attorney, and Wednesday for A Hat in Time. 7 a.m. as usual. Have a nice day. Goodbye.